Hey, I was thinking like what? Yeah, I got A2, that's why.
You'll be very weird if
I thought
you
it's like,
got
oh, you
A
know,
plus.
I like cars. No, it's like you roll in one, you roll in. Oh my god,
Huh?
Sorry guys, we're expecting some latecomers, so please hold on for a while more.
哟，前几天水就放掉了。
Okay, I would like to remind everyone that if you are not a club member, that means you are not a full-time matriculated NUS computing student, please take a seat at the rows. Okay, welcome to the extraordinary general meeting. My name is Zi Qi, Year 3 IS student. I'm the General Secretary of the 18th Management Committee. And I'm here to conduct today's meeting. This is the list of agenda items for today's meeting. First on the list will be a briefing on the ground rules, followed by the presidential wing nominees will be speaking first. A 15-minute Q&A session will be given to each speaker. There will be a 15 minutes break afterwards, followed by speeches made by the nominees from the external relations wing. Also, a 15-minute Q&A session will be given to each speakers. I would like to remind everyone again that only club members are allowed to ask questions during the Q&A session. All nominees are given up to 5 minutes to make their speeches, with the exception of candidates running for positions under the presidential cell, who will be given up to 10 minutes. The Q&A session is 15 minutes for all candidates, but can be extended up to 30 minutes for all nominees, except for candidates running for positions under the presidential cell, which will be given up to 1 hour. The questions asked in the Q&A session are required to be objective and relevant. The General Secretary reserves the right disregard any questions that are deemed inappropriate. If at any point of time you would like to put forth a proposal, you can do so by stating your name, year and year. All proposals are required to be seconded by another club member who is also required to state his or her name, major and year. For each seconded proposal, I will ask for any objections from the ground. Any other club members can put forth an objection by stating his or her name, major and year. Objections does not require any seconder. However, the General Secretary reserves the right to disregard or approve any objection. Lastly, during the Q&A session, when you're asking the question, please also introduce yourself by stating your name, major and year. For the position of president, we have a total of one nominee, Mr. Benjamin Lu. I now invite Mr. Benjamin Lu to the stage to make.
Okay, so hi everyone. Okay, my name is Benjamin. Okay, hi, my name is Benjamin, year 2 BA student. So a bit of myself, yeah, that's me under the waterfall. I like to eat. I play basketball quite frequently. Yeah. So that's a bit about me. So my past leadership experience, I was sports camp PD for last year. Okay, I was FSC house head for this year and also GL for FAL this year. I was a class leader in JC and I planned a leadership camp for Mayflower Primary when I was JC, as part of my class leader duties. I was a CCA counselor when I was in secondary school. So a bit about the motivation why I decided to run president. Like what I said a few months ago, I was planning my sports camp. So I have an encounter with current MC. So I was fortunate to have the help of many MC members during my journey of the planning of the camp. So although there are very positive feedbacks for me and stuff, but there are still some issues that really how do you say, like challenge my principles and make the journey even tougher a bit lah. So inspired by the current president, I decided to run so that I can improve the management community, so that like freshies and graduates, incoming freshies will be able to benefit from things that I wish to carry out during my office term. So this is my vision. I hope to make Conclub a university leading club that self-sustained, serve as a platform for our student population, build close knitted relationship among one another, staff and me. So how do I go about it? There are 3 missions I wish to complete during my term. So I want to establish a structure, yet fluid system that allows the management committee to function efficiently. I also hope to develop the management committee that I'm about to lead as a platform for the student body, also for the staff to interact and bond. Lastly, I hope to create a conducive and supportive environment inside the MC so that MC members will be willing and happy to work in. That's all for my speech.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin Wu, for your speech. And now start the the Q&A session. Any question from the ground?
Yongmin, year 3 IS. So, what is the one problem that you encountered in the journey of planning? What's the biggest problem?
So the question is, what is the biggest problem I encountered when planning for sports camp? So the biggest problem is because I was a freshie at that time, and I have very limited time, I would say like 3-4 months for a camp, and there's a lack of connections with student staff, also like lack of knowledge about procedures and stuff. So making the whole planning of the camp very hard, and we face a lot of problems that actually can be solved easily, but it's just because you don't know how or who to meet and solve the problem. So that's the biggest problem I have.
Jeremy, your PCS. So how would you propose to solve this problem? Given that SPD sports can be decided and likely have just as little time as.
So the question is, how would I solve my problem, which is a lack of connection and knowledge, right? I would say, right? Okay, so actually in relation to my first mission, so I want to build a structure, a effective structure, so that even if not say the current, the going to be sports can be, also the future sports can be able to follow, to understand how to plan a camp, all the different, like I would say, what is the name of it? A directory for names and also connections, and also to find what's their number, email and stuff. So it's easier for them to plan the camp. But it's not just, my plan is not just for sports camp, rather any PDs stuff. Because I believe like every year we will face the same problem. So why not we just consolidate a list and update when needed, so everybody can use that list effectively and solve their problem and know who to find and stuff.
More questions?
I think year 3 CS. So you mentioned that you are keen on being a closely knitted community, right? How about relationship with outside of faculty? Have you considered on top of just SOC at president level you have to interact with so what's going to happen?
Okay, so the question is, just a bit, let me clarify. So the question is for the faculty like us, like computing, what I'm trying to do for computing, so that computing people can interact with other faculty, or rather just the MC.
Okay, because so far you mentioned that you talk about how we are going to proceed in SOC. So as part of your plan, have you considered as part of NUS, how are we going to, how is it going to be?
So it's more of like my vision for the faculty outside of SOC, outside of SOC lah. Okay. So like I said, I don't have previous experience in other like roles in outside of computing, like NUSU or whatsoever. So actually, my plan for it, I don't really have a plan yet. So what I wanted to do is, because there's like some meetings and stuff that I need to attend and stuff, right? For like if I'm elected, so I need to try to understand how they work and like their procedures and stuff before I decide on what I can do as during my office term. So I could say that I don't have an answer for it, because I really don't understand how the structure is, and I don't want to jump into decision decisions before I can really do something about it. Does that answer the question?
Just a quick follow-up. So, because as far as I know, this is going to be one major part of being a president outside representing our school. So, by nominating yourself, have you done any work?
I will know what to do. I kind of know what I need to do, but I won't say that I know the procedures inside. Understand what I'm trying to say? Because I can know the structure, know the people, know like somehow how it works, but I'm not really inside it, so I don't have prior experience. But if you want to say generally speaking, obviously I want to keep a good relationship with Nusu, so we can benefit from the Nusu activities as well. And that's why I think marketing or all this will also need to work with them regarding welfare or also the welfare cells and stuff. MC photo shoot also depend on them. All this kind of thing is generally there lah, but I would say it's part of my plan because I believe that it should be done in my sense. So I would say it's part of my plan, but rather I will do it because I feel that it's a must do. But other than that, I would want to see what Nusu really represents and stuff before I make a decision of what is my overall plan for presidential when I enter Nusu.
Sorry, you're not when you ask.
Again, here 3CS. Do you have any plans to help the staff advisors connect with your MC so that they can better support our activities in MC?
Okay, so the question is how do I want to build a relationship between the school staff and also our student bodies or just the MC?
Specifically your MC so that when you are conducting activities.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So actually that's a very good question. Just bring me to one of my experience recently. So as you know, IFG is happening now. So I believe that the IFG tennis team has Gary inside. So I witnessed the ability of like how much how much does the team benefit from having a prof inside their team. Because a lot of training venues, what you call it, equipments, structure, all this, he'll be able to get for us easily. So I feel that is a very important aim in my term. So basically, I wish to talk to more of our advisors also. So I would like to invite them into more of our club activities. Although we are a student-run committee, right, I feel that a lot of things will still need to go through them. So I hope to have more on the side note, I hope to have more bonding sessions, right, for the student population. So I would also like to extend the invitation to the school staff and stuff. This plan for if I am elected, I hope to plan for interaction session between the staff and the elected committee, and maybe a few weeks after we're elected and months. So the school staff have a proper understanding of the management committee and know who they are to help them in their work and also help us in our work.
Jeremy, PCS, do you have any plans or what are your plans for engaging with?
So the plans for engaging with alumni, right? Okay. Part of my plan is to remake the structure for the current club, right? So actually, one of my plans for ACAD is I want to really understand through this structure, right, how ACAD benefits or how we benefit from ACAD first. Then I will suggest changes to the new next MC. So cause I feel that AR has a very has the greatest potential in terms of technically speaking money uh, compared to other cells. So I think it's something that is worth what you call it focusing on. The problem now is AR is not a 1 year, 2 year thing. Understand? Because not say I put in effort for 1 year, the alumni will come back. Sorry, and stuff, right? So what I plan to do is to create a structure first and allow the future AR directors, right, to have opportunity to interact more with alumni and so discover potentials within the cell. Does that answer your question?
What are the plans? Your plan is to look at the structure and then
No.
structure, or you don't have it?
Have a new structure.
What's the new structure?
I need to go through in order to see the weakness before I decide on what's the new structure.
Did I share 3CS? Just a follow up Jeremy's question. Structure mean positions, or do you mean the way engagement happens?
Both. Both. Structure in terms of MC structure and sessions. The other point you're saying was, yeah, engagement was like, because now the current engagement session is just from what I understand, just networking session. Am I right to say? I believe so, right? So I don't think that is enough. If you only require the alumni when you want to network, then like I believe is if you want someone to commit to you, you must have something to give back as well. Am I right to say? I think now we don't. I think the alumni don't see that we giving back to them. That's why they don't feel like coming back.
Around year three, around year 3 CB. Computational biology. I would like to ask, what are your plans for marketing? As of now, the structure is centralized publicity. Right now it's centralized publicity, which I find it quite messy. Actually, marketing also centralized. So, what are your views and plans for both marketing as well as publicity?
So, what are my plans for marketing and I must say first, these are my plans. If the directors not align their plan to me, then there will be changes to these plans first. You know, it's not right to not respect what they want to do as well, in my opinion. So what I have in mind is what I have in mind. I'm not speaking for them. I'll say that first. Not very. I think there's a conflict of interest. Okay. So let's.
So, what's your plan?
Okay. Okay, so we start with marketing first. So currently, centralized marketing, I feel that my experience tell me I think central marketing is good. Though the director of marketing would be quite tired about stuff. Actually, what I have in mind is I want to split marketing to. So sponsorship, which mainly cares about getting sponsors and stuff. So not much money involved. Maybe money sponsorship that's the most. And another side is sales, where we try to earn money for the club. So that is the plan for me now. So initially, I hope that it can be actually in the structure. So since there's no, I will try to propose a change in the structure next year so that reduce the workload of the director of marketing. If not, if under my structure, I feel that the current structure, if what I want to plan to do is to split the two, right, the current marketing director will be quite tiring. Yeah. So that's for marketing. Okay. So now for pub. So for pub, you feel that it's centralized and you cannot feel the impact or something like that for pub.
Basically, what actually happened is because it's centralized public, so everything goes to our current pub director, which is Juliana. So for her, she has a lot of workload. So right now, I'm asking you, how are you going to rectify this issue of overload of workload at the director?
I'm still in the thinking process on how I want up to be, because I actually incline towards centralized publicity. So
Yep.
so I have this wish lah, but I understand what you say because a lot of things need to channel back to them, and their cell may not be big enough to, how do you say, to provide the necessary support to us. So one thing that I think we can do is, if the I'll see whether the publicity cell is able to get their own cell committee first, whether how big their cell is. And actually I asked some seniors to come back to teach and help regarding like designs or photography. But the question now is whether there is enough manpower to do it. If there's no manpower to do it, I will adopt centralized, so that the workload on the director will not be as great. But I hope the centralized publicity will happen, because I feel that like having a centralized publicity, we have a certain standard there. Does that answer the question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Within the allocated 15 minutes for the Q&A session is already up. Would someone like to propose for an extension? Any objections? We seeing there's no objection, we will propose to extend the Q&A session by 15 more minutes.
So question from online, year 2 CS. How will you manage your own MC as a president in terms of their welfare and guidance?
Okay, so the question is, how do I what?
Manage your own MC as a president in terms of their welfare and guidance.
I'm a very personal person, so I don't like to talk in a very big group. So in terms of guidance, I always try to give guidance to people in terms of going down to one-to-one, try to interact, understand the problems, and give the needed guidance. But when you need guidance, I believe there's usually a problem you face. So I understand the problem and I try to solve. I wish to adopt an open door policy. So I hope that people with problems are able to talk to me, not through, maybe not if needed through the chain of command, but if not, then talk to me directly. So that's for guidance. For welfare, I hope to have some more bonding sessions between the, like what I said just now, between the MC and stuff. But this will really, because I'm a play hard, work hard person, but if you really want more like welfare for the MC, I really think that I should put more emphasis on whether they can manage their studies first. Because if they cannot manage their studies, then there will be no point in having welfare which they don't even enjoy, because at the back of their mind there's work. So I would want to focus, if they can manage, then I will try to plan retreats and stuff for the welfare, of course, birthdays and any other relevant welfare events.
Another question from online, from Sengkang CS Year 4. May I ask, what would you think would be your greatest challenge for yourself, and how do you intend to solve it?
So the greatest challenge for my term, right? So I think it's very relevant to how I was supposed to be. So there's a lot of things, like I think some other people have asked also. So how well you know NUSU, how well you know other managing bodies of the school. So that I think will be the first biggest. I think it will be the biggest problem, because you need to understand the situation in terms of in like a few months, so that you can let the whole NC run properly. Because we only have 1 year, but technically it's not even 1 year. I feel it's like what, 10 months. So I don't really have a lot of time to learn. So the challenge I think would be to learn quickly so that I can effectively lead the MC.
There's another question from online from Yahweh CS Year 4. What was the issue with Mission 1 and how do you plan to solve it?
So mission 1 is actually to create a structure, right? Just double confirm, I think it's that one. So this question will be, what is the problem with the current MC structure, am I right to say? Alright, Marcus.
Right.
I believe so. So I feel that the current structure is a bit out of date and irrelevant because you see that some cells are actually die down in terms of significance, and some cells have increased their workload. Like I would say that AI is slowly losing its importance and significance because it's not something that we are maybe focusing on. It's my personal opinion, I must say first. So I hope that the restructure can actually balance out or increase the workload of some cells and decrease some workload of some cells, or give more credit to some cells that are doing more so that people are more willing to work. Because if you think about it, FOP have 7 projects, if I know, 7 or 6 projects around there to do. There's only one director doing. Yeah, so I think the workload for one director can be too heavy. So it's something that are worth looking at and understanding. Yeah.
We have a question from HCCS Year 2. What do you think is the most important thing to do as a president to your non-MC members?
What's the most important thing to do to the non-MC members? I believe the first most important thing is to let them know me. I think don't talk to a stranger they don't know. So obviously you need to let them know you and let them know of the. I think the most important do is actually in line with what actually Comm Club is. Like you want the student body to benefit from what we are doing. Isn't that the most important?
Yes. So you said that there's cells that you consider that maybe that they don't have so much responsibility, or maybe there's more ways that this is going to expand instead of removing the cell, which is counter. What other ways to try to leave the cell, try to get them?
Exactly what you said. I think you misinterpret my answer just now. Maybe didn't make it clear. I didn't say I want to remove. I want to remodel. So it's not entirely true that I want to remove. Like, don't you find it very funny if you go and think about it? So if you run for MC, right, who tell you what you need to do? No one actually tells you that, right? Try to say. Like, what is your role? What is you must do this? There's no such like written thing or whatsoever, right? Am I right to say that? So you can think about it. Maybe the cell all along has a significance, but as you pass down handover, maybe due to bad handover or just people don't want to do and stuff, some roles become missing. You just gone missing. People just lose it, forget it. So it's something. That's why I want to create a structure so that you record down things that can be done or needs to be done, so that current like when you hand over and when people read through their stuff or the directors, they know what they need to do and also what they need to face. Yeah. So actually, that's yeah.
So when you said that there's a place where are not named out, right? There's actually an article so although there's no like you must hold this workshop or you must there is a place where the role and the
Question is, do people read the constitution? Because if they don't read, I need to try to let them read. So I rather I change the constitution to something more readable, more point form, more easily understand, so that I can fit to them, so they can understand more, rather than I give them the whole chunk of constitution and try to go and let them find the thing. You understand what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to make things easier for them. So that.
No, your plan is to structure it so that the constitution is not structured.
But when you change the structure, you need to change the constitution, I believe so.
So yeah, but there's a reason why things are laid out in the constitution. So your plan is what is laid out in the constitution doesn't make sense.
I think it's a very big question. I actually don't quite understand, because as I said, time passes, things changes. So the main problem is I feel that current structure, or you want to say constitution? I don't think I'm right to say that, right? Structure is getting irrelevant. I'm trying to make it more up to date. Am I right? You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah.
I'm trying to say that maybe it's not a question of responsibility. Some directors are not doing work, not because there's just more room to expand and they're not expanding.
That's why I hope that the news.
Like this, past marketing directors have decided to more for welfare. There's room for them to expand and they more and more projects. So what's to say that the same one sells? Why should you reassemble everything into something where the smaller cells or the cells with smaller workload are merged? This one makes more sense from a structural point of view.
Okay, that brings me to one of my very important points, which I think I forgot about it. So I want to create a structure so that we don't depend too heavily on human intervention. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I hope that the structure can support the people, even when the people is not maybe at least being more capable than the predecessor. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't want a MC in the future that can only succeed when there's a good leader. An MC that can still function what it can do even with a mediocre leader. That's actually my plan, to be exact. So I don't want a person to carry the MC to carry the person. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah. Does that answer the question?
Can I request everyone to stand all the way until you don't have any further questions? Because the camera needs to capture you.
Dinesh, your 3CS. So you mentioned one the MC to carry the person. I ask what structure in MC do you intend to carry the person, if not the person?
What?
You want the constitution to carry the person? What you want to use to carry it?
A structure, a better structure, and more defined structure. Okay, so why do I say I want to create a structure? So, like, you all hear what I said earlier. What's the main problem I face when I attend sports camp? I don't know who to face, ask questions, find for this kind of problem. Am I right to say that? I would say that that's my biggest problem, right? Yeah, that's what I just said. So, if you need a person to always find an information that is found by his predecessor, isn't it a bit repetitive? Am I right to say that? So, isn't that person carry the MC because he need to find so that he can do the stuff? So rather, shouldn't this information be made readily available so that the MC can provide the information to the person and let the person do his job? Can get my answer? The question is, I can, like what Jeremy has said, there's a lot of this, but is the handover done properly so that the person know? I can say that as a sports camp BD, that was not done to me. That's why I feel that this should be done. Does that answer the question?
But there's also this issue of, let's say you want the documents to carry. That's what you say. You want to have a one document.
define what this person does. Are you afraid that you're going to do this too rigidly?
Why do you think that you remove flexibility?
The thing that gives people flexibility is a loosely and very gently written regulation with a lot of room for interpretation.
So,
the person interprets it. So you ultimately need a person interpret and decide do more than what they want to do.
So you're trying to say that by giving people contact numbers of who they contact, I will limit how they do things. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because I'm not trying to give you a Word document or something to tell you that, oh, you must do this in such a way. Understand? I'm trying to give you a document that can help you when you need to plan something. Understand? That's the difference. I think you think that I want to give you a document that says, oh, you must do this in such a way, this is the person to contact. I'm just trying to give you a document such that when you want to do this, you need to know this person, who and where, and how you can contact this person. Okay? Yeah.
Okay, so the time limit is up. Anyone would like to ask for suggestion? Okay, the Q&A session will be extended by 15 minutes.
So the question is, cause no one run for ACAD. So do I think that ACAD is losing its significance? Oh, okay. My take on no one run for ACAD, I don't really think that I should say, right? Because if no one want to run, yeah, but cause I mean like understand what I'm trying to say? People may be interested in ACAD, but that people need to run for ACAD, you get it? Yeah. Okay. From what I understand initially, there are people that want to get ACAD, but now I don't know why nobody wants for ACAD. So I also a bit confused. But I would say that ACAD is losing its significance, but okay, I would say that it's losing its significance because the years maybe some of the things become obsolete or we are not carried out, like I believe mock PEs and stuff. So if the student population do not feel what ACAD is doing for them, how do you think that people will want to give back in terms of ACAD? That's answer the question. Yeah.
The position remain empty. Do you have any plans how you maybe the VP strategy evolving on any ideas how the MC as a whole will help to reduce some of the.
So you say that if let's say the role is not filled up, what plan I have, right? I believe there will be a by-election. Am I right? Yeah, I believe there will be a by-election. So I hope someone will run for by-election. I will try to persuade some people to run for the by-election. If the by-election is not gone through, then either the VP, I hope the VP HRD or me, I will take over and try to plan for the ACAD stuff. But I will still hope that the ACAD remains a director role in the future because I feel that basically you can think about it, come uni, anything is to study, right? So if there's no ACAD, also a bit question mark, right? Yeah, so that's how I feel. So if there's no one doing, then I believe the VP HRD, the VP and me myself will absorb the role and will do something about it. Then I will see how I can better increase the significance of CAD when next MC runs for the next election.
No question.
Jeremy, OCS. So this year there was some out of the NUS orientation. Okay. So if this had happened during your term, what would you have done and why?
I think it's not rather a question of what can I do, right? It's what the school wants to do, in my opinion. Because I can't really do things until the school decides to do something. There's a weird timeline here, I feel. You can think about it when NUS president say cancel all camps or all orientation activities. Yes, I cannot say that. Oh no, don't want. You understand what I'm trying to say? There's a very weird timeline. Because I mean, obviously, I wish that you will continue because I mean, FOP is the first step for all our freshies. Then if you want to leave a good impression to all the freshies, obviously FOP is the most direct and most obvious way. So I want it to happen, but if it doesn't happen, I'll try to see what I can do as president to fight to retain as much FOP projects as possible. Not, then I believe there's nothing much I can do, but rather think of other things for freshies to interact with the seniors and the community.
Consider like discussing with the other presidents. Would you discussing with the other presidents or sometimes appeal some kind of fight the system as opposed to wait for the president or
Okay, so the question is whether I will discuss with other faculty's president to do something to fight for the rights, right? Yes, I will. I don't like no FOP as well. So, but it boils down to whether if all the president says I want FOP, will the school say yes? That's the question. So, I mean, I will obviously want to fight for it, but if the school still don't allow it, I believe there's nothing in my power to do it. My power doesn't exceed it.
A question from online from Jia Wei, CS Year 4. What are your current ideas to smoothen this transition, the transition of the handover?
So the question is, how would I, sorry if I try to write down the question so I don't forget. How would I smooth? Okay, in case you all don't know, I tried to persuade the current president to be my gen sec. So, because if you go and think about it, as a sports camp PD, technically speaking, I am not even in the management committee. So, trying to run for president now, honest for me, is a very big challenge. If I don't have someone that is in the current management committee to help me in this transition, will be also half a year of studying, half a year of doing, which is counterproductive in my opinion. So that's why I asked him to be my general secretary, so he can guide us to a smoother and quicker transition. I won't just say smooth, but I wish to have a quicker transition so that we can get down to our stuff more quickly.
Year 3 CS, how do you get SOC students, especially those who don't usually come out and join us? What plans do you have in mind?
So how do I want to engage non-SOC students, right?
Not non-SOC students.
I mean non-active, sorry.
I'm so sorry. Who are not active.
Yeah, non-active. Sorry. Okay, so I'm right to say that usually non-active members correct me if I'm wrong, foreign students, exchange students, majority. Am I right to say that? No offense, I mean, trying to be more pinpoint. So actually I had some, in 1 year, I have some foreign friends, which actually I asked them, so why do you want to join IMG? Why you don't want to come for welfare night and stuff? So actually, you go and ask them, you go and try to understand, there's two kinds of people. One, you want to stick with their own people, want to interact with us. It's not whether you want them to interact or you're trying to engage them or they don't want. Second is those that wish to interact with locals as well. So it comes down to two groups of people. So I would say that I don't want to waste so much time on the first group of people because, I mean, if I spend so much time on them and I neglect those people that are really, really active and participating, then it's also, I'll say that it doesn't achieve as much. Yeah. So it boils down to whether you think that the amount of effort you put in will equal the amount of reward you get. So my answer is no for the first group of people. So the second group of people, obviously, if you try to engage them, you try to approach them, you try to send them emails, try to get to know their motives and motivation, you will actually be able to interact with them and try to let them come back and really participate in common activities. I mean, you can't possibly force someone that is not interested in something to participate in something. Even if when he participates, he won't be happy. So you obviously don't want to force someone to do it, right? Am I right to say that? So what you can do is continue outreach and try to push plans for them to come back. So if you think about it, ACAD is actually one of the most I would say, the best approach to talk to these students, because if there's free academic help and stuff, I mean, a lot of people's interest will be to fund it. So that's why I feel that ACAD should not be left empty.
Just a follow up. So I agree with your second part. For the first group of students, I think we're making an assumption, assuming that they just want to stay with them. Maybe that they feel
Okay, I'm not making an assumption because I did ask them. I was thinking about this because I think the current MC do face this problem as well, I'm right to say that. So I should go and ask my fellow friends that are foreigners. So, I mean, you cannot blame them for being wanting to stay with their whole group of friends, right? So, and I'm not trying to make an assumption. That's how I feel.
It's not mutually exclusive. It's not. Them spending time with their own friends, spending time.
It's not mutually exclusive. I'm not trying to say it's mutually exclusive, it's whether you want to.
So would you try? How hard would you try to get entire groups?
I'll say that's why it's whether you weigh the effort and the reward. Do you think that the effort is worth the reward? In my opinion, the answer is no. Maybe just to add on. Because if there's so many people that you can help compared to so little people you can help, I have a limited amount of time. I only have 1 year or less than that, let's say 10 months. So I would want to achieve as much as possible. So it's not whether I'm willing or not willing to put in the time. It's I feel that if I put in too much time on this, I will neglect other more important stuff. So that's why I decided not to put in that much effort inside that. Yeah.
One question from online. Wei Ling, CS Year 2, as the president of ComPlus, what do you think is the role of the ACAD liaison director? Why do you insist that it is a necessary role?
Can I ask a question? Why do you think it's not a necessary role? It's very ambiguous to say why do you think the role is not important, because I don't even understand why you think the role is not important. If you come to university, main concern is actually you want to study. So academic liaison can very much help you in a lot of stuff. So I feel that the person don't really feel the significance of academic liaison yet. Because when I think about it, if academic liaison gives you mock PE, as a freshie when I came in, I didn't go through a single mock PE. And I feel quite scared, I would say, when I go for my first mock PE. It's like the aircon room, everybody is like so fierce, then you sit down there, like some, I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit, like you won't get used to it yet lah. I mean, you need to adapt for a few rounds and stuff. So, how do I say that? It's important because it helps you. Like, because uni is not about spoon feeding. It's more about like guide you. So I would say that ACAD liaison is someone that can guide you with, like, when he or she is actually around your age. As compared to And lecturers try to get you, you may think that oh, there's a generation gap, they don't understand me. So not only mock PEs, ACAD day, let the freshies know more about stuff because as you know, freshies come in, they will be wanting to know more about academic because uni is a new stuff. I mean, if you go to every new place, you want to know more about the, let's say, new structure, new system. There's bidding, editing, all these very foreign terms. Okay, yeah, so I'll say that ACAD Liaison has its role, and also I think a problem that everybody will face is what you call it, getting your mods, your tutorial balloting and stuff. So Liaison by right should help you with that as well, which I feel can be a point like what Jeremy said should be expanded to cover my opinion. So that's why I feel that the role at ACAD Liaison is big. And don't you feel that ACAD Liaison is actually a very good what you call it, platform for the student population to actually talk to the school staff and also to the
within CS year 2.
钉钉呀，他问你要不要
Propose to extend
Entry CS again.
Any objection? Okay, the
Benedict CS year 4, I propose to let it be the last question.
will be the last question.
Anybody have any question first? Other question first? Isn't that better? Other than you. Is there any here? No, right. I think you can propose to the last question. You weird.
Actually, there's one last extension, so if
Oh yeah. Exactly.
Zach, yes, I'm going to ask that question actually. So, yeah. The thing is, why I asked the question is because as a CAD director, my roles was overlap with the office and office tree. For example, all the modules, balloting and stuff, right? Although I post information, I conduct a CAD and everything, but at the end of the day, part of the students all go to instead of basically during my term I received very little issues. They go directly to the office. Yeah, so even with like the new idea of the advisory, new website and everything, attempt to reach out to students and make the CAD more to the student body. At the end of the day, they still go to this for everything. So that's the reason why I asked that a CAD director. I mean like workshops, also can conduct. They also get their own TAs to conduct workshops. What is that need for?
So the reason why I feel people go to the UG office straight is because at the end of the day you're just a ACAD director, a student, settle the problem for them directly. Am I say that? Because I mean, you can settle some of the problems, but most serious, like you say, getting the mods and stuff, you have no power, am I right to say? You can think about. So rather than I hope trouble the UG office for every single ACAD problem, right? Doesn't having an ACAD director actually helps to smoothen the problems and also reduce the amount of problems UG office face. And if you think that you can think about it, if the UG office don't really like the management committee because the management committee is not helping them, then when the management committee needs help from them, also a bit hard to ask from them. Right? So doesn't ACAD director, the job, the layman term is help the student body, right? But in my view, it's the bridge between the student and the UG and the staff office. So in addition to the last part was what I kind of reiterate. The last part you said that it's before you said that there's no point in having ACAD. The lectures, all those can do all the ACAD stuff, right? Yeah. So you go and think about it. Who understands what a freshie thinks?
That's why lecturer, because you know our CS mods, TA and year. So like the lecturer can always ask like the seniors. Because what I'm doing now is a director. So asking the same seniors, but some TAs about the workshop. So why can't conduct like as a president you can approach just conduct workshop?
Okay. So the reason why the president don't go to the lecturers and straight away ask for what you call it, profs to do the workshop straight away is, I feel like, I mean I don't know what's the current structure to decide this, but isn't that adding more work to the president? And you can think about it, ECAT can be pushed down into a director, and instead of the president doing the job, the ECAT director is doing the job. It also works that way, right? But you gotta think about it, because like what I say, lecturers can do the workshop, but does the lecturers understand what problems the freshies are facing? Does the lecturers understand what they are thinking? So as seniors, don't you think that since you are ex-freshie, you can maybe be more relatable problems that they face, so that you yourself can actually guide them more? If you go and think about it, we did an informal workshop right this year. I'll say that they seem to be able to cover and understand more things. They did it in 1 day, the school did it in 3 days, but I would say that the end product is about the same. So although it's a conflict of interest, because I mean it's too last minute and stuff, but I hope you see that the student body is able to give back to the student body as well. In small student part of the student body, give back to the whole student body as well. So it's not just studying, but rather helping each other. And there's also, I think, other things that I can do in the future. Like I think you plan one hackathon. Why not you help more and plan other hackathons? Also for the director is a term like for growth, to understand how to plan stuff, understand how to work with foreign companies or whatever organization outside the school. There's also an opportunity in my opinion. So I hope that people don't limit ECAT to just ECAT. Try to see what ECAT can do for the whole community, and also what you can achieve as an ECAT director yourself.
That will be the last question. Now, close the Q&A session.
Thank you.
Parents, year 3 CS propose for 10 minutes.
Okay, that will. Actually, you can use it. For the position of General Secretary, a total of 1 nominee. I invite Mr. Tan Yoming to the stage to present his speech now.
Okay. Okay, so for those who know about me, please bear with me, but for those who don't, this is my short introduction. So my name is Yong Ming, I'm 26 this year. I had the following diplomas. I was the former president, and 2 years ago I was the director of sports. And I did a couple of camp involvement in my poly years. So I was an OGL, I was a camp organizer, and in the army I was a liaison officer, project officer, and secretary officer. So why do I want to join MC in the very first place? Is I want to contribute, I want to do more than studying, and I want to prove that the management committee is bigger or at least equal to NOC and SCP. More on this point I want to explore more is NOC and SCP is more to, in my opinion, secure the interview for big companies. But how do you actually perform in the interview, right? Both MC and NOC or SCP, right, can equip you to a certain extent. Yes. So MC can do what NOC and SCP do to you in terms of performance in an interview. Right. So that's what I said. So
second thing is, if you go on NOC and SCP, it doesn't, sometimes it helps you to build communities and help communities in overseas or in internships or exchange programs. But most of the time I feel that you are just concerned about your own resume. And in MC, I'm more concerned, and we are more concerned about building communities. Yeah, so in a way, I think that MC is bigger than NOC and SCP. So those who know that I have already been here for 2 years, why am I going to stay again? I want to help the ones who are joining. So like what Benjamin has said, he did approach me and I do want to help him and a couple of the rest. And honestly speaking, I love what I did over the past 2 years. Of course, there are a couple of roadblocks and few period of time that there was other emotions and feelings, but end of the day, I really like what I'm doing. I want to do more for the community in NUS, in SOC. And in these 2 years, I have started a couple of plans, but I have not seen them coming to fruition. So sometimes plans you can't take months or year or just 1 year. You need more than 1 year. So I hope that I can see it coming to fruition in 1 more year. So I have actually asked a couple of seniors whether they like the idea of me running. So I also promised them that I will not commit the following mistakes. So because of my past experience and also more particularly I was the former president, a couple of seniors were concerned that if my presence will be too big or I will impose my will. So this is my promise to everyone here. Okay, I will not abuse my power. And I will not be biased and unfair. This is like more particular to my position as a Gen Sec. Because in the executing of a discipline order or discipline, actually it's more towards discipline. The General Secretary holds the biggest power, so I'm promising everyone here that I will not do this following. Yeah, and this point is, I think, very important. After being in 17 and 18 MC, a lot of the seniors felt that I will apply the expectations or the assumptions made for these 2 MCs on the new MC. So this is my promise to everyone that I will not do it. So instead of all the previous slide, what I will do is I'll be there to provide guidance and advice when requested. Yeah, so it's not like I'm gonna force them to do this or that. As a General Secretary, I will take firm actions when required, more particularly to the disciplinary action area. I will always consult the PCL. PCL includes the president and the 3 vice presidents, and also the staff advisors. I will always seek feedback from freshmen, seniors, alumni, and also the staff. And I will take charge of MC welfare, discipline, and image. And lastly, I will work closely with the president. And the both of us will, in my opinion, to be like a check and balance kind of thing. So, yeah. For example, how should I say this? We will work very closely and make sure that the ideas, our own ideas, are okay. So by checking each other. Actually, that's all I have. I only have 5 minutes, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your speech. We will now have a 15-minute Q&A session. Any questions? Anyone would like to object? Close the Q&A session.
Can you hear?
I want question to ask.
Yes, Ben.
Yes, Benedict here for yes. So my question is based on what you have indicated in the you said that you have ATEP M2 and then you also have army commitment. So in view of that, what's your plan? Because Gen Z is going to, you need your physical presence everywhere. What's your plan for that?
I appreciate the question. So the rest who are a bit shy to ask me a question, please don't feel shy. Just ask me the questions, okay? So that's a very, very good question, I must say. So I did point out this to Benjamin, and I believe the PCL members or the nominees for the PCL knows this. So I'm trying to find an assistant or a couple of assistants, like 1 or 2, if the constitution and if Benjamin allows or the eventual president allows it. So the first semester I'll be still around, currently taking 4 modules, so a bit lighter than before. And in this way, I feel that I am in a better position to train the assistant to be my replacement in the second semester when I'm not around. That is if I'm going for ATEP. So I have not confirmed if I'm going for ATEP. So if I don't go for ATEP, I will need to go for army. I'm a full-time army soldier. So in holidays, I can go for work. So during this period of time, the assistant hopefully is trained and equipped enough to be my replacement. Yeah, that's my measure in place.
Why do you choose Gen Z?
Okay, the question is why did I choose Gen Z of all the other positions? I did consider rerunning for president again. I'll be honest, and a couple of other positions. But I decided on Gen Z partly because Benjamin asked me to, and also I find myself very into the area of facilitating meetings, facilitating discussions, and also the upholding the professional image and discipline of the MC. The last reason is I feel that Gen Z is the best position to assist the president. So hopefully with the new president, together we can achieve bigger things. That's my answer. I hope I answered the question.
I'll check first.
As the Prime President and having been that should look at the kinds of advice you give and from lessons and challenges.
So the question is, after being in the past 2 MCs and more particularly I'm the former president, what would be the advice that I'll be giving to the next MC, right? Or is it just a president for the whole MC? Okay. I think there's really too much to say, and in terms of advice, really there's a lot to say, like procedures about going through the different NUS officers, the people to know within School of Computing, within NUSU, that is a NUS Students Union, and also outside of the school. For example, I had the privilege to know the president of Computing Club in NTU and SMU. Yeah, so I'm still maintaining all these connections, so I will pass on all these connections, and hopefully the next president will continue these connections and work together. I didn't have the chance to work together, so hopefully we'll do that this year. Advice, there's no particular advice that I would say. Like I just want to be there when they need me, or when they hit a roadblock, and I can provide my advice through experience. Yeah, so there's no particular advice I have in mind at this point in time. Yeah.
Brigadier 3CS. So, first question, how are you going to, what do you plan to do to bring the whole MC together as a collective management committee body, given your experience in the past 2 MCs?
You want to say your second question first?
Okay, can.
Okay.
Then my second question is, you said you won't be around in SEM 2, right? How are you going to make sure that the person who's going to take over you be competent enough?
Okay, I'll tackle the second question first because the answer is sadly very straightforward because I don't have 100% confidence in it. I can't promise anything, but I'm still trying my best to find an assistant or 2 assistants. I'm not going to promise that they will be competent because myself I also don't know, and really nobody knows whether person A will be good or bad in 6 years time or no, in 6 months time. But I think this is a risk that I have really identified and of in the document when I submitted for the nomination. It's up there for everyone to see, and I have really admitted this potential risk to the itself. And I hope the eventual MC will know this also. I think there's really no other way to go about it. But I think the one good aspect is I have not confirmed my ATAP, so if I really can't find an assistant, then I can do my ATAP in the semester. Yeah. Okay, back to the first question. Okay, sorry, I think for the video, right, just repeat the 2 questions. The question I just answered is, what will I do or what happens if I can't find a competent assistant to replace me when I'm not around in 2nd semester? That's the second question which I just answered. The first question is, given my experience in the past 2 MCs, how would I bring together the new MC? Is that correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, in my 18 MC, in my current year, I had a lot of ideas, but didn't have the bandwidth and the time to pull it off. So I believe we all there was induction camp, and I had ideas to do more chalets and movie together, watch movies together, or more of like the induction camp programs. Like I brought you all out for laser tag and what else? My house and play. Yeah. Yeah. So I really like those times. I don't know about you, but those times were really fun. Like I hope we can go back, but we can't. So I'll try to replicate all this for the next MC. All of it, like we really had that one induction camp, and after that, all the business just came. Like all the work just come to us, and there was hardly any time to breathe. So currently, without my president duties, if I were to be elected, I will have more time and bandwidth to bring everyone up for events. I hope that answered your question. Why not?
Not really.
Okay. How do I bring the MC together? As in work based or more towards a work based basis, is it?
Probably I'll direct you in a different direction. So,
Alright.
like, how do you think the 18 MC has done so far in making sure everyone knows what each other is doing, and so that actually prove that we are more involved in MC effort?
Okay.
And how do you plan to improve it from next MC?
So two measures that I've implemented for 18MC. One is the monthly compulsory meeting for MCs. So these meetings, we ask the directors for agendas, like if they have events coming up, they can share it, and then they can ask for help or support from the different cells. So let's say sports camp is coming out in 1 month's time. So in this meeting, the sports director or the sports camp PD can then be invited to the meeting and ask for help from publicity or even just manpower support. Yeah. The second measure in place was is to actually demand more of the projects and events in a way that they will need to rely on each other to bring the best out of the event. And actually there's a third point, which is the centralized publicity and marketing. Yeah, so I'm not sure whether I'm still on track on the point. Am I still on track? Okay, so centralized marketing and publicity was the initiative from MC. So one reason why we did it is really to bring together the different cells. If you see our structure, right, the 4 support cells are IT, logistics, marketing, and publicity. The other cells are more like operational and projects, ops and project cells, where they really implement and kick off our events. So these 4 cells, I tried to centralize 2 of them so that the communications and the reliance will be there. How to improve it for 19MC? I think first we need to really tighten up or clean up how we centralize marketing and publicity. So really sorry for the marketing director and publicity directors for 18MC. It was really hard work for them because first time we do the centralization, and they really had a lot of hard work, a lot of things to do. Yeah. So even though I felt that it did bring the community together more, but they really suffered a lot. Yeah. So to improve in the 19MC, I think we need more help for them. Could be getting more manpower, starting recruitment, sub-committees recruitment earlier, packaging it and packaging it with more recognition and awards or benefits to be sub-committee members. Yeah, I think that's the first thing that we need to do. Second, we have more cross-sell projects. Yeah. So for example, our year we only had the hackathon, but Zachary was the one chairing it, but we reached out to the different communities to help out. Yeah. So to have more cross-sell projects. I hope I answered your question now. Thank you.
Objection to close the Q&A session. I think there's no objection. We will now close the Q&A session. Thank you. For the position of financial director, we have a total of 1 nominee. Now invite Ms. Natanya to come to the stage to make her.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Natanya, and I'm running for Director of Finance. So through my speech today, I'd just like to answer these questions to the 5W and 1H. Who am I? Why am I running for management committee? What qualities do I think I have that make me suitable, and how do I plan to carry out my duties as Director of Finance? And when can you ask me questions, and where are your votes going? Okay, the last 2 questions are just for me to fulfill my 5W1H rhetoric, but just bear with me. Okay, so first of all, who am I? I'm Natanya. I'm actually in a year 1 studying information systems. What else? I currently stay in Tembusu College. My hobbies are watching K-dramas, watching cooking videos that even though I never cook, and yeah, that's about it. Okay. So why am I running for management committee? Okay, I'll be honest, I'm not the kind of person that has like a burning passion to serve the community or something like that. But it's better that I phrase it as I believe that I have the capability to serve well in my role as hopefully as director of finance. So why not step up? This is my reasoning. If I can help, I will do it. Yeah. I recognize that there are actually a lot of sacrifices to be made, like time and effort wise. But I do believe that the journey and the things that I will learn will be worth the sacrifices. And even if it's not, I will still do my job as best as I can. So what do I think makes me suitable? So first of all, I think I'm actually a responsible person. My parents have said so. So that should count for something. I do my job, I really do. And I actually do have experience before as head of internal affairs in my junior college CCA. Basically, the role is that I'm both a treasurer and secretary. So I did handle finances for my junior college CCA. Granted, the scale is not exactly the same. This is a much bigger scale. But I do believe the experience does count for something. So how will I carry out my duties? And I think two very important things are accountability and transparency. And actually, the current finance director has sort of said something to me before about this. His is actually responsibility and transparency, but mine is similar. And I really do agree with what he said because in my experience as a treasurer for my junior college CCA, I can sort of understand how it is important to know where your money is going. It really is. All $1.50 of it. And I would personally like to know that I can trust someone, know that I have someone that I can trust to handle my finances. That's me. And Q&A later. Where are your votes going? Hopefully here. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amanda, for your speech. We'll now start the 60-minute Q&A session.
Benjamin, year 2B. So you talk about transparency. Just curious how you want.
Okay, so currently, as I understand, there are actually Google Docs that the current finance director has really set up to basically make it as transparent as possible, accessible to anyone, where all the finances, whether anyone has claimed it or not, and I plan to continue that. I don't think it can get any more transparent than that.
I'm Chris, so IS. So one question I want to ask is, I myself was from a residential college. I understand that for somebody from RC, workload on top of the mods from SOC, you have mods from RC, and on top of that, you have to maintain the circle here. You also have to maintain a social in RC. So, do you think you can cope with that? And when time comes, should you have to make a decision on which side be a higher priority? SOC side or would it Tembusu side? From what I understand, finance, their work is quite heavy, as in spikes, especially after a closure of a big project like FOP. Yeah, so that is my question.
Okay, that's actually a very good question. For module wise, actually it's kind of the same because either way, the people that are not in RC are taking the modules, the general requirement modules, so that shouldn't be the problem. I do understand the whole social circle, and there are definitely a lot of activities that residential college organizes. So running for this, I've already prepare myself to make I have already consciously decided that this is my priority for at least this year. Yeah, I have already it is my priority, basically. Yeah.
Xiaofei, yes, yeah. I have a question for you. So suppose you are successfully elected, right? You hope to be from your term as well. What do you like?
Okay. So, shall we ask what will I want to learn as if I do get elected? The basics is that I do want to learn the whole accounting in a sense. That's a basic skill that I do want to learn. But besides that, I think it's very important that I learn how to work with people, manage it, the expectations from both sides, from conflicting sides, yeah, and learn how to negotiate that.
Okay, so there's a question from Zhen Kan CS Year 4. If the president or the VPs or even your fellow management committee members intends or proposes to overspend, what will you do and why?
It really depends on whether the overspending is justified. But I'm the kind of person that will be able to stick to what I think is actually justified. So it really depends. But overspending on every project is a bit. Why would you send the proposal and still overspend? That's a bit. So, but basically, I will understand if it's justified. That's basically the summary of my answer.
Any more questions from the ground?
Yeah, I thought about use the word Spanish. Do you know what is it?
If I ask what is petty cash, I do not know what it is.
Would you like to
Not very nice. Okay, so it's money that is like kept in cash form. It's not inside the that you can use. So have quite small. How do you see it, or how do you, in what ways would you see it as a legit use of?
I think for the petty cash, I think it's only right that I feel like it's a good emergency money in a sense. Like if let's say we do overspend on a new project, I think it's good to not actually spend it on anything yet. Just as a backup. Yeah.
any question to close the Q&A session? There's no one, we'll close the Q&A session. Thank you. For the position of Student Relations Secretary, we have a total of 1 nominee. Now invite Ms. Genevieve Lim.
Yeah, very good evening. My name is Genevieve, and year 1 student. I'm running for position of SRS, which is Student Relations Secretary. So what do I hope to achieve for my role is actually to be the voice of the student body, SOC student body. So you know, like uni is the last chapter of schooling for most of us. So I hope to make it a memorable one for the entire student body as much as possible. Okay, so my role includes collecting feedbacks from students, then using the wealth of information from the feedbacks, I can suggest ideas and actions to take, and also to follow up on the students' feedback during like the multiple cells meetings. So if you have any feedback, you can email to NUS Computing. Yeah, so that will be the end of my. Any questions?
Now start the Q&A session.
Hi, my name is Marco CS. So you said that you want to collect feedback from here. How do you see yourself about sharing the students? What kind of feedback? How do you have a general plan of?
Please.
What's the big picture of your plan as DSR?
Oh, okay. The question is my plan for this position. Okay, so my role is to collect feedback from students. So what I hear from the current MC is that what they do is like they do surveys online, they collect feedbacks from emails, they do walkabouts, and I think that's all that I remember. Yeah, so what I plan to do is like to continue doing what they did, but also to try to look at new ways to reach out to the student body, especially inactive students. So I'm planning, like thinking of ways to try to reach out to them even more. So I'll just try, like online now there's a lot of things coming up, so maybe just search and
Thank you very much.
More questions?
So the question is, what do I think are the issues of the student body in SOC? Okay, so what I think is that like the MCs are planning events for students, but not all of them are like coming to joining the events. So I want to like find out why some of them are not joining, why they don't want to help out, take part. So the whole thing is just to try to include as many students as possible. So feedback is where I can like gather and then suggest ideas on what event, how to like get everyone to participate, that kind. Yes, yes. Currently, no, because it's just week 2. Yeah, so I'll still keep a lookout on it. Yeah. Yes.
Joel, year 3, Comp Bio. SRS is actually a relatively new role. It's only like 1 year old. So why SRS?
Okay, so the question is why I pick SRS.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, I'm like, I think since FOP, I'm interested in joining the MC, but I didn't know which role I feel comfortable in. And then I heard of this role. I would say just collecting feedback is rather small job, but it's small. It's not non-existent. So maybe I can use my knowledge on just help out. I'm also interested in helping, so I just took up this role to be able to understand MC, even the how MC works, so that in year 2 I may pick up a bigger role.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the any objection?
Victor here for based on what you just said so far, I think that your job has that event. Initially you said you want to be the voice of the all the plans that you set up.
That is how okay, the question is like
let me just rephrase. Yeah, so what do you feel like what exactly do you think is like from just one team event? Is there anything else you can do?
okay, the question is what do you think what I think my job scope is about. So the main job scope would be to collect feedbacks. It's not just feedbacks, it's like what the students have to say. I know like some students they are shy, they don't like to voice out openly. So surveys, emails are those like private things they can send it personally. So that's where the voice like they can voice out. And from there I collect the information. And I'm a B student, so technically I like to analyze stuff, analyze it and give feedback to the different cells. Does that answer your question? Yes.
Year 3 CS. I think it's right. Students in SOC very much about distance. This is the one issue. I can reach out to these students, not sure.
The question is how am I some students they do not know about Com Club and how I think I can reach out to them. So I think Com Club there's a like email blast every week. Right? Yeah, so that's where all the information is sent to like the students. So it's whether the students read it or not. Another way is like if you join a certain event and then you create a group chat and you can just share the information. So it's through connections. And so I hope to increase my connection in the this year lah. Increase more so I can like share even more a wider audience.
Okay.
Year 3 full cycle supposed to
Any objection to close the Q&A session? We'll now close the Q&A session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a 15-minute break. Back by 9:18, following the additional clock time. Thank you.
Information is I have to like.
Countdown will start soon. Everyone, please settle down. Starting the meeting now. For the position of Vice President for External Relations, we have a total of one nominee. Let's welcome Mr. Lu Kai to present.
Test. Okay, good evening everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. So, actually I start off the speech the same way I start off last year's speech, which is thanks for everyone for coming here and being here. Cause the fact that you're all here right, actually proves that like this club or this thing has some value, and I really appreciate your presence here tonight. Okay, so for those of y'all who know me, actually, I should start with those who don't know me first. Those who don't know me, I'm Zikai. For the past year, I've been Vice President of Operations for 18MC, and currently I'm intending to run for the 19MC as the Vice President of External Relations. Okay, then for those who know me, right, you all should know that I'm a very direct person, and I don't like to go and laugh around. So I'll just go straight into the 3 visions that I have for my 3 cells this year. Okay, so the vision I have for alumni relations, first and foremost is actually there's only one goal, is to strengthen the alumni relations with SOC. So I have attended CAA meetings since I was year 1. Okay, not constantly. I attended some of CAA meetings in year 1, and recently I attended their AGM. And to me it seems like there's this lack of a connection between SOC and CAA, Complaining Alumni Association. So what I intend to do is to create more platforms for us to be able to engage them, and vice versa, for them to engage us. Second, for publicity cell, and then to think of new publicizing platforms. So how I feel is the way publicity cell has worked. Over the years, we have been using the same methods, such as posters, Facebook posts. We already reached a point of like sort of market saturation, where the amount of people where we can reach right is already at this point. So if we want to break through and we want to engage more people beyond this circle, we need to think of new ways. I have some ideas, but I think it's better for me to let the publicity head decide first and guide her from there. Should the publicity head get elected? Should I get elected as well? Yeah. Okay. Last one for marketing cell. I think that there's some reorganizing that needs to be done. Okay, so as you all may or may not know, the current marketing is centralized, which is a good and bad thing in many ways. The good thing, of course, is centralized, so easy to manage. But however, because it's centralized, there are a lot of bottlenecks, especially during times where projects overlap and clash with each other, and the overhead over the marketing director is very high. So therefore, to do this, you think of ways to restructure marketing cell, which also I have plans, and you can ask me how. Yeah. So with that, that's my 3 goals for this year. And yeah, thank you all once again. Hi. What do you mean? Why I like that? Or why I don't want to be president? Why external relations? Because I have interest in it. Yeah. I want my key focus area actually, honestly, is alumni. Because that's something I've been working on since I was year 1. I was a vice project director of graduation night, which was under alumni cell. During that time, I have interactions with them. And if y'all don't know, my ex-girlfriend was also marketing director. So this wing has been close to my heart. Yeah. If that's the direct reason, I give it to you. And yeah, in a sense, I have some unfinished business in this wing. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't repeat the question. The question that he asked was why I choose to run as the vice president external. And the answer was just now. So you all can cut the tape and rearrange. Yeah.
So, you seem to be very interested in AR. Based on what I know about you, you like AR for
that is correct.
why not just
AR director.
AR director?
Then who will you be?
I've heard this quote from you, just AR director, AR promoter.
Oh yeah, sure.
AR director.
What? Huh? Why not? Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, then you want to be VP or not? Okay, so it's actually a very interesting question why I don't choose to run for AR director, but I think like, as in if you were listening to my speech, I have bigger goals are not just within AR but also for other cells as well. I like to see all these goals come into fruition, especially for policy also. That's something that I've been thinking of for quite a while. Yeah. So I mean, if I were AR director, then in short, I think I want how to be able to help more and do more. Yeah. Hi.
Maybe Singapore CS. So I'm interested in more about your plans with you mentioned
No.
platform.
Okay.
Because I'm year 4 and I'm gonna be an alumni soon, so
Yeah.
I'm more interested in some ideas.
Okay.
I understand you want to enforce it on your
No worries, no worries. Okay, the question he asked was, since he's going to be an alumni soon, like he's interested to know what are my plans for CA, or I mentioned that I have plans for CA, and what does that exactly entail? Is that correct? Okay, so if y'all attended the meetings or y'all have interactions with CA, y'all will know that CA itself have, honest truth, have problems even engaging alumni as a whole. Like as in CA has trouble reaching out to their own alumni. So first thing that we need to help them is how do we help them, or how do we help CA find, how do I help alumni find that CA is a valuable thing to work on and like there's some value in CA. I mean, as alumni, when you think about it, you earn your money and things like that. Why would you want to pay membership fees and all that to CA, or what does CA have to provide for you, correct? Or what CA can provide to an alumni. So this one, I intend to do so by creating more platforms for juniors to interact with seniors. So things like in the recent rec, we have seniors actually contributing money back to help to buy all the food, breakfast, the jia for the juniors, for the regulars. So not just, I want to create more events, not just this one event, but find more opportunities where we SOC opens up their events and allow alumni to come and interact back with the students, come and talk about, share their stories of their times. These kind of events where juniors can actually interact with seniors, alumni, and from there, CA can actually come in to actually tell them, hey, if you want more updates on these activities and all that, actually come join us. Yeah. From there we can see how. That's my first main goal. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah. If it doesn't answer, you can always ask more. I mean sometimes I didn't explain properly yet. Hi.
So at year 5 CS, thanks for sharing your example on the Jiangxia update itself. I'm wondering if you can elaborate a bit more about the specific events you have
Okay, so one of the things I learned from lots of faculty is they actually have this like event where like seniors treat juniors, juniors treat seniors. So from there, there's already two events. So one of these events, as the name suggests, there can be this event where the seniors come back and give back juniors, which is maybe just a simple meal, just a simple party. Can even tie in with like welfare events like Christmas or things like that. An event where people can actually have a cause to celebrate, and from there we will get them to contribute, and maybe the alumni can start treating us first. Then from there we can publicize. Okay, since they gave us back, let's try and give them back also. The two-way approach. Yeah.
Okay, so a question from Zheng Kan, CS year 4. Do you know what is SCS and what are your views on SCS and our membership with them?
Is there a part to the question, Andrew? Okay, anyway, it was SCS first, right? Okay, for those of you all who don't know, by de facto, the Vice President of External Relations will have to liaise or be the main contact person with SCS. So SCS is actually stands for Singapore Computer Society, and from what I know, it is an organization that actually allows you to network with not only people within that society, but also members from the MCs of other schools like NTU, SMU, things like that. So sorry, what was the question again?
What are your views on SCS and our membership with them?
What are our views on SCS and our membership with them? I mean, I have not been inside, but with every organization, why you leave? I'm answering your question. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So my view is, I can't say for sure. Right now, I can't give a affirmative decision whether like is it good or bad. But from the way I see it now, with every organization, right, there's an opportunity to network. The opportunity to network, there's potential to cooperate and bring more benefits to the club and add value to the club. So what I intend to do, or what I see as, is a potential opportunity to maybe even bring the club to further heights. Yeah.
By William CS Year 3, do share what is this new publicity channel you have in mind with us.
Well, hi William. New publicity channels okay. I don't want to impose this on my publicity head okay, but two ideas is can make use of alternative mode of communication such as WeChat to engage students who are using this application. Yeah. Second thing is newsletters. The form of it's just a very simple newsletter saying it can be a monthly or even bi-monthly depending on the workload of the publicity director. But the main goal of this flyer is we can put it outside SR1 and then just highlight the events that we've done the past month with pictures and like then the upcoming event for next month. As simple as that. Main thing is, I think the main idea is just to try something new. Doesn't really matter whether it is successful or not. At least we try something new. That's my goal. I hope that answers your question, William.
So next question, Zheng Kang CS Year 4. What are your views on our current connections with other student interest groups? Is it Grey Hat, GDG? And what are your plans and directions regarding these student interest groups?
Okay, so I repeat the question to Mr. Cole. Yeah. So the question, if I'm not wrong, is what my views towards these other groups such as Game Development Group, Grey Hats, Peace IT. And sorry, what's the second part? Or just what my views is it?
What are your plans and directions?
Plans and directions. Okay. First of all, based on my interaction with these groups, right, I feel that they prefer to be autonomous. the only resource, or rather resource that we can actually hope to provide for them is actually rooms, which ourselves we don't have any under our assets. Okay, from my interaction with Grey Hats, they want a room so that they can host their servers and their private networks and things like that. Yeah, which I have no idea how we can help. So main point is, I guess we'll continue to just liaise with them and assist them in terms of publicity if they need to. And that's about it. Yeah. Someone can further ask any if he wishes. I don't think I answered the question very well, so anyway.
Okay, so it's year 2 CS. So you have been saying that you want to help like AR, marketing, and publicity. So I have heard your publicity plans, but what plans do you have for like helping out AR and marketing?
AR I already elaborated earlier.
Other than those, because AR, right? How are you gonna bring?
How do you bring back all the seniors, right? Honestly, from the truth, right? It starts from all of us here as current students. Then, if you as a current student feel that there's no need to give back organization, then so how do I try to bring back the seniors? Engagement? Yeah. If you're thinking of, maybe I have some grand plans to like come with some platform or portal, then they go and sign up. I don't have that. Maybe you want to be more specific with regards to AR. I mean, what's the potential problems? Because I don't really understand the AR part. But for marketing, I say I think the current marketing director feels, I'm not sure, but I sense that the current marketing director seems to be a bit overwhelmed with the job scope. And what I intend to do this is by restructuring. So subcom members, okay, what I intend to do as probably up to the marketing director, or what I suggest is to allocate subcom members down to project levels, so that although it's centralized, right, you can actually sort of decentralize it. It's still under your control, but you send subcom members down to the project level to find out their requirements, and then from there they do the marketing side for them within the project. So in this sense, these people, right, can be part of both projects as well. Yeah. One more thing that I intend to do is we need to restructure the way, or rather like look at a new approach of doing marketing. So one thing is, can I continue? Yeah. Okay, so one thing right now is the way we do marketing is certain projects needs, so like maybe OP needs sunblock. So we go and look for sunblock sponsors and ask them to come. They want to sponsor sunblock. There's another way you can do marketing is, okay, so one way is us as computing students, right, we are actually available to the market. That means companies want to seek us for jobs next time. So instead of doing like the way we do marketing, why don't we say, you want us, and you want to talk to our students, give them a career talk and all that. We give them this opportunity to give us a career talk. Give students a career talk, and in turn, ask them to pay a small fee. It's a bit like selling our masses as students. I relate that to sort of like GE. They want people to come and do intern, so they pay. But instead of, what I'm just thinking is, instead of looking at financial companies, right, there are tech companies who also want students. So by changing that angle, we can work something out from there.
Allocated 15 minutes for the Q&A session is already up. Anyone would like to propose to extend?
Maybe the GCS propose to extend Q&A session.
Is there any objection? The Q&A session will be extended by 15 minutes.
So whatever measures you mentioned on marketing, the marketing director actually have done that. So, other than those ideas, you have other platforms to see that how, for marketing, how can you really help them?
So you have
Not really of telling. I understand the point that you are trying to on like what you can really help them as your lead. How much are you able to? As the marketing director, right? Speaking, I don't feel much help from my.
Okay, then first of all, maybe can I ask what kind of help do you hope to receive?
First thing,
It's not a big
goals,
personal.
but that might be on a personal level. Because like you are like going year 3 to year 3, you are year 3 going year 4, so you might have your own. So what happened is the DDR was very busy. It's really very busy with 3 cells and his own personal other topics. And he didn't really have much time to facilitate all his own problems. And he often does things without telling us.
So I don't really understand the question is, instead of what you hope to receive is, how could we have done better, is it?
Yes.
Huh?
So how
Andrew.
How will you like make sure that these 3 cells, because these 3 cells are very important. It's really about
Yeah.
all your sponsors.
Definitely.
So it's quite heavy, and how are you gonna make cells?
Or in case you don't know, don't have any life up. How far is my life up? So I mean, it's true. Sad but true. Yeah. That's why I run again. Does that answer your question? I don't have any CCA. I don't have any other commitments.
So now, from your Wiki CS year 3, do you think it is important to help the seniors connect among themselves? And hopefully this will help bring back the seniors back to SOC as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. Does that answer your question?
So how do you plan to carry on the action?
How do I plan to carry on the action? That's a very good question. I need to think for a while. I think in my limited capacity as a vice president, all I can do is help to publicize the events as much as I can. I hope that through these events, I create a platform for seniors to actually come down and bond each other. I hope you understand that we are not superhumans. We cannot control everything. Like, for example, I want a certain group of people to come down for our events, but they always just keep to themselves, don't want to come down. There's only a certain limitation you can do. This last gap is really, I think, how to help bridge this gap. Seriously. I mean, all I can do as whatever positions, all we can do in whatever positions that we hold, is really just to do it to the best of our abilities. I hope that through this we can create platforms to seniors and things like that. It's true that sometimes the direction might not be correct, or we might need to change. And I must realize that at the end of the day, how much people can you reach out? Ideally, we want to reach out to all. Ideally, but practically, it's impossible. Yeah. Okay. Do I answer your question? Yeah. Thank you.
This year for CS. So far we heard some more details on your plans for each department. So I just want to add that as a year 4, I hear that every year. And during my term of office, I suggested that we campaign. But then we realized that there were challenges. So what I want to ask is, easy to say what you plan, more events, all of this, but what do you foresee your challenges are? How do you implement that so that it will be a success?
As in, so your question is that everyone comes here saying the same thing but all failed up. And how I intend to make it success.
In short, how much of awareness we have in the challenges and executing them, because year by year we see the same problem, we suggest the same solution. Face some challenges and probably the committee decides not to pursue ahead on the current efforts that has been successful. The question is, yes, breakthrough, you must have new plans. Of course, you're faced with uncertain challenges. So how do you foresee any, and so
Actually, this question, is it true for all nominees? Not just myself. Yeah. But how I feel is, I mean, right now I always feel that you cannot change the cards that are dealt. You just have to change the way you play your hand. I mean, there are situations which are definitely there, and challenges are always there. For example, you play poker or you play Taiti, you don't have the D. And how? Doesn't mean you cannot win. Yeah. So how I intend to do so is through adaptation. See how the situation is and try and adapt. I don't come here saying that I will succeed. That's not the case. I'm saying that I want to do something for this. I hope that's good enough.
yeah, so basically it doesn't really directly answer my hope is that I want to hear more about how much thought you have gone through and put through for your or aims for each department. So like you say, poker is based on right? So what if you dealt like shitty cards, which probably that's most likely the case, right? Because if the problem is easy to solve, it will have already been solved. So I want to ask in more detail, like what are the challenges that you already foresee or try to foresee, and so how do you? From right now, what I gather is you have not given anything specific. Like the guests, like seniors, like there's a lot of issues definitely as you mentioned. But I've not heard completely like why do you think that is so. If that's not true or not, it doesn't matter. But I think it's me. I want to hear more of how much you have analyzed the situation, how much you have planned. Because I think that's a very huge important role as a and I think the directors are new, they are fresher, they have more experience. I was hoping to have more insight on these problems.
Then can I ask you how much you know about the current situation actually? So
I want you to answer. Because you're running.
okay. So I want to know CA currently is in a debt of $2,000 to a certain alumni due to one of their past events. And one of the challenges is actually how we can help them pay off this debt first. That's one of the challenges that I foresee. I mean, from there, we can start working on the other plans. As in, after I finish this, after I help them with this, right, I can work on trying to execute my other plans. So that's one of the challenges that I foresee. For publicity, as you mentioned, we have tried many attempts in the past and it hasn't been very successful. So that's another challenge. What if all the things that we try don't turn out well, and then the marketing or policy director gets demoralized? I'm going to handle that. I'm going to ensure that they want to keep on trying. That's another consideration that I have. Marketing, another thing, it's always a hit and miss. Send an email to one sponsor doesn't mean that they will reply. And reply within a certain time frame that we need. Sometimes they reply, they don't reply in a time frame. And sometimes when they reply is when we do have the things that we need, it's already too late. What are the ways that we can mitigate this? How are we, instead of doing digital marketing, is there other ways that we can do it? Can we sell t-shirts better? Can we sell more merchandises? Things like that. These are considerations that I have in my mind. Yeah. Regarding to solutions, I don't have a solid one. If I did, I think I would have changed something by now. Yeah. So I'm sorry I cannot answer your question fully. But I hope that's good enough for you. So?
Very simple question. See,
Are you saying current one or previous one? Going to be the future one, is it? I agree with you fully. I would say we have to see a situation like that. If your pub sell, Ben, the question asked by Mr. Liu was whether I see the next MC's publicity as centralized or decentralized, or am I unable to answer the question right now? My short answer is I am unable to answer the question right now because we don't have the subcom yet. At the end of the day, if my policy subcom have only 3 members, do you think it's feasible to be centralized? No, right? Yeah. I think you have your answer now. See and play the cards. What my plans be? Then decentralized?
Can you repeat the question?
The question asked was if the the publicity cell have 3 members like I implied, what would be my plan? And my answer was decentralize it. So each committee recruit their own publicity members. Yeah, hi. Yeah, I object.
So this question is from
your email tree as
So, any objection? Yeah, next session will be extended.
This question is from William CS Year 3. We have been talking about using WeChat to reach out to parts of our student body for years, but there wasn't any concrete action plan for it. Do you have one?
Have you download and install WeChat? Yeah? Maybe I would like to ask, to what extent? You say that you have plans, but you didn't execute it, so why? This question is, I think he should ask himself, right? I'm so sorry.
It's asking like whether you have a concrete action plan. How are you gonna?
Oh. Okay, first, I think you need to know how to make friends with the people using WeChat first. It's true. I have a few friends who likes to use that as a default communication platform, and it's actually very robust and very related. As in, there are a lot of functionalities. Yeah. So, first thing, my action plan is download it and within the MC or within obviously subcom minimally, try to learn how to use this. Okay. Second, then you go and outreach and go and talk to your friends who actually use this. Say, hey, I'm using this, or we are starting this group. Wanna join? Yeah. Then third, come in and join. You can broadcast it. Does that answer your question?
Year 5 CS on behalf of Sui, the CS. Marketing was centralized last year because you wanted to have greater numbers of participants to attract more sponsors. If it is decentralized this year, how are you going to get the numbers?
How am I going to get the numbers? Very good question. Sweet, thank you. I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, we still have the numbers. Right, I mean, the question was brought forward by Sling from New York, I believe. Anyway, yeah, the question was that marketing was centralized because they want the greater numbers to attract a large number of sponsors, larger number of sponsors. But now that I didn't intend for it, but if marketing was decentralized, were to be decentralized, how am I going to work around it? Is that correct, Chan? Okay. So first of all, it depends. Okay, the nature of how marketing style works is we market based on events, right? Having to me, the way I see it, whether you market as a whole MC, a centralized MC, or decentralized, it doesn't change the fact that a sports camp only have 100 participants. But it doesn't change the fact that PAL only has 200 plus participants. Does it, in that case, does it really matter whether it's centralized or decentralized? Yeah, I think that's my point. Whether the structure, how we operate the structure doesn't change the fact regarding the numbers. I think that's what I want to put across. Yeah, I hope she understands. Yeah.
I'm Benedict here for CS. So first of all, I apologize. I was actually tasked by the president to follow up on the WeChat thing, and I did. So, but anyway, now you realize that SRS and external relation, a lot of things you mentioned are actually things that I feel that I need to do related to me. Things like reaching out to students, what happened, what did our MC do, feedback, publicity in that sense, and also like both AR relations and student relations, we both in order to transit them, in order to find out how they feel, and also in order to transit them to alumni. So, side question to that, because alumni is under CAA, so I feel, or do you feel that AR handles more of our students transiting to alumni? And if yes, do you actually see that SRS and the wing actually has got a lot of overlapping roles? Do you see it being absorbed into your role or being extracted out, or is there what's your view on overlapping?
Yeah, it's quite a long question, so I'll try and repeat it. The question was that generally you feel that a lot of duties for SRS and publicity and AR are overlapping. And moving forward, do I see it as do I see the SRS role important? Is it something like that? Or can I subsume the duties of SRS under AR and publicity?
It's like, so with so much overlap, do you see it being absorbed into your wing, or do you see your wing back up? How do you see it moving forward?
That's a very good question. Give me a moment to think about it. Okay, my answer is, for me personally, I see a SRS role as a check and balance between what the MC is doing and what the student body wants. So for example, like, maybe I just give an example, maybe like welfare packs. Are the items that we give inside, is it what the student likes? Is it what they want? Or yeah, things like that. Like, is the direction of MC moving towards what the student body wants? And that's what I think the student relation secretary role is. And to define the roles of the other ones that you mentioned, alumni relation, is it towards bridging current students into alumni? I would think that is, yes, one of the roles. But more importantly is, how do we, for now, how do we create value so that alumni want to come back? Yeah. And for publicity, I would say that it's more towards marketing, but to internal people. So how do we sell our events so that students want to come? What are the channels that can reach out to? Or yeah, how do we further sell our events so that students want to come down? I hope that you see the distinction between SRS and publicity and alumni relations. Do you?
Yeah, I think everything is clear except for publicity. So you are suggesting that both SRS and publicity use the same channel but for different purposes.
Using same channel but for different purposes.
If I understand correctly, for example, through Facebook or WeChat, publicity concern is marketing to the SRS probably reach them in terms like how they feel or this is what the club has done so.
Yeah, I think that's my answer.
I think that helps the line between the roles.
Thank you.
Any objection to?
I'll check.
Seeing there's no one, we'll close the Q&A.
Yeah, thank you.
For the position of alumni relations director, we have a total of one nominee. I invite Mr. Kenneth Ho to present his speech.
Hi, so I'm Kenneth, year 3 CS. Yeah, so I'm interested in running in AR, director of AR. Yeah, and so my past experiences like I have is currently I'm the deputy director of IT for the 18MC. And my motivation of running is because I feel that there should more can be done for the AR. As that time when I was organizing, I was supporting the IT side for GFP, and I went for GFP, and I felt that more can be done. Yeah. So I also feel that I want to contribute back because I enjoyed my stay, my job in 18MC, and yeah, and I wanted to help to increase the presence of CAA in computing club. Because like right now, from the situation that I observe, a lot of our students, they don't really know what is CAA, and in case you all don't know, CAA is like Computing Alumni Association. Yeah. So, and I'm also looking to help improve the relationship between the students and the alumni. And I also want to like help alumni to feel more included. So like for now, right? Actually I'm year 3, so like sort of graduating also. So like when you're closer to graduating, you feel that maybe home club doesn't need me anymore and stuff. So yeah, like I'm sure like somehow people feel this way lah. Want them to feel that actually we need our alumni and we want them to feel included. So for my mission, number one would be to connect the students and the alumni. So we will like hold more events, more alumni networking sessions, and other possible events such as events that they can bond together in a less constrained environment, such as outings and stuff, and have more collaboration with the Computing Alumni Association. Because recently I attended their AGM and they have formed a new committee. So you can see how we will work together with this new committee, together with the 19MC, and strengthen the relations with CONCA. Because for me, I feel that you don't start working relations with the alumni after they have graduated. It's too late already. The moment starts when students come in. So if they don't feel that they are part of CONCA, they don't feel like SOC student, like they don't feel the need that they have to contribute back, then they probably won't feel the need even when they are proceed on to an alumni. So that's like my 3 questions. Yeah, and I guess that's all of my speech.
We'll now proceed with the Q&A.
I just want, sorry, Yong Ming, year 3 IS, just to provide a point of information. GFP is Graduate Farewell Party, which is like equivalent to the graduation night that we had 2 years back. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. So what Yong Ming said was GFP stands for Graduate Farewell Party, so it's equivalent to the graduation night that carried out by the alumni relations cell.
So I'm your 5CS. So you mentioned you want to like start getting the freshies to be involved in Com Club. So for the question, my point is maybe you should run for FOP director because that's the job of FOP director. But more importantly, how do you think you will be involved at the freshie stage? It sounds like you intend to be more involved in the freshman group, right?
So like for example, right? I guess AR can work with FOP to let the freshies coming in to know that like we can probably invite people from CAA and maybe our alumni, but not in CAA because they probably don't know that CAA existed, and if possible get them to join CAA too, and like for FOP, right? So currently the tradition of seniors coming back to help is good so but the CA people probably wouldn't know the exact dates. When can they come to help? And if they come, will there be people around? So yeah, I guess this part can be worked further to maintain, like to connect us more with the alumni and seniors who are willing to come down and help.
ICS. Earlier on in your speech, you mentioned that you think alumni are very important. You can elaborate a bit more about why you think alumni is important.
Yeah, so like uh, like to me, right, alumni are. Oh, okay, sorry. So the question was, why do I think the alumni are important? Because for me, right, alumni are like someone we can look up to. Because it's like okay, so it's like they are only alumni because they have no choice. Like they are graduated. Like I cannot like if I can I cannot if I want no. If I want I wouldn't want to graduate from stuff but I must graduate. Yeah, you know. Yeah. So I believe that most of the alumni feel the same way. Same way as when they are senior here. They want to contribute back to their juniors and stuff. So but so the importance is equivalent to like seniors and like freshies and alumni are equally important. And they are like someone we can look up to. And it's like if you need more information, right? Like you need more information about what's the world out there like and stuff. The first person actually you will think of probably will be your alumni. But yeah, so so we can see like how to reach this as in to let the student know that there's this channel that they can get with the alumni and so they are important.
Now resume the Q&A session.
CS year 4. Mentioned about trying to reach out to alumni that are not within CAA. How do you think you can do it?
So, because from my knowledge, we don't really have a complete set of records of our alumni. Yeah. But from what I see, right, because there's this Facebook group of the seniors, right? Perhaps we can start from there. As in, that's the most direct way of communicating with the alumni that are not in CAA. As for those that are not really contactable, I guess there's nothing much. Yeah, because you know it's like over already. Like it's too late to pull them back if they've already lost contact.
This year for CS. So let us what you think is the one key thing that you need or like we all need to build strong alumni. So one key.
As I said, right, because alumni doesn't start when after we graduated. It starts when people freshies are. So I guess the first step will be to make more people feel that they are part of contributing back. If from the start, right, you don't even feel like a part of Con Club, you don't even want to contribute, right? Say like the AGM today, right? If no people come, right, as in like you won't even then after you graduated, right, you won't even feel like you will want to contribute back because you will see no value. So I guess more can be put on current students, or especially those that are going to graduate soon.
But me again, I want to start the point that is the role of Apple.
Sorry. As in year 3 and year 4 graduating students.
The next question is, how do you see the school of because you mentioned CONCLAB, CAA, actually the school has alumni relations. When do you see the school process?
Right, so the question was, where do I see a school in playing part in this alumni? I guess the school probably have more outreach to the alumni than us if they keep study records. Yeah, but we can work out more with the school, see if how is in any way.
If there's no further finding, I want to ask, like, do you think it's more effective work on the current batch of students or work on the students that has recently?
Both, I would say. So for the current batch of students, we can probably get them to join more or make Home Club more aware, like raise the awareness of Home Club, to make and get them join our events. And for students that have graduated, mainly those that were previously very close to Home Club, and get them back. And there's a higher chance of getting them back than trying to get some non-active members to contribute as alumni.
Discussion will be between the school, the CAA, and the club. How do you think that if 3 parties will meet in a room, what's the first thing that you will want to suggest for consideration in terms of alumni relations?
Probably I can propose to organize an event that engages the students, alumni, with the help of the school.
There are already like events during I was year 2, the cocktail sessions, even a sharing session where industry.
Oh yeah, so probably we can get them to interact in a more relaxed manner, like not in school, have an outing, movie outing, or maybe since now is the Pokemon Go hype, so like we can organize a Pokemon event with the alumni and stuff. Yeah, and I'm sure like people will turn out if it is like one. Thank you.
You want to continue graduate style parties? In other words.
Oh, yeah, sure. As in, I would like myself to have a so I will definitely continue. Imagine like graduating and there's no grad night, it's like one cares you are leaving and one cares. So I'll definitely continue the graduation night.
So the Ash year 4 asked that. So what do you think about this grad night event and how do you plan about doing it?
I think the main concern for grad night is the number of participants. Because every year I see the carousel, they are trying very hard to get people to attend grad night. But the current structure of GFP, graduate farewell party, I guess is quite good. As in, the participants had a fun time on the events organized. Yeah. So I guess the main problem will be trying to get more graduating students to join the grad night.
This is from Jialing, 3CS. Do you have any plans for the year ahead?
Plans for year ahead? Oh, okay, sure. So the question was, do I have any plans for the year ahead? Yeah, so so there are two events, mainly the alumni networking session and the grad night. These two will, the alumni networking session will help the alumni and students to connect. The grad night will let the graduating students know our presence. So actually I'm looking to making a yearbook for the graduating students. We will see the condition as in possible to have a yearbook and stuff. Yeah. And help the graduates to graduating students, right, to prepare them for graduation, right? So I had this idea to give every one of the graduates a pack that looks like stuff that can help them for, after they've graduated, and like booklets of BCA inside the pack during their graduation. So it's like, the freshman inauguration ceremony. Every freshman have a pack. It's the same for the graduation. Every graduate will have a pack provided by us. Okay. Yep. That's my plan.
Question from the ground. Is there any objection to any session? Okay, we'll now close the Q&A. Thank you. For the position of marketing start with Ms. Viniso.
Hi everyone, my name is Mindy and I'm a year 1 information systems student. And yes, I'll be running for the position of Director of Marketing. Okay, so I believe that Hui Qi, she was the previous Director of Marketing, she actually did a great job. So she actually planned various events like Halloween, Valentine's Day, the welfare packs and whatnot, and that's why I feel like I have a great expectation to live up to it if I get this position. So the current marketing situation, I feel that it's really very good because she managed to get a lot of sponsorships throughout her term as a director of marketing. But of course, I mean, I always feel that things can always be made better. So my plans for the upcoming academic year would be actually to increase event engagement in SOC itself, so we can attract more sponsors and in turn enjoy more perks. Yes. So I think one of the things is to actually build new external relations. So for example, I think one of the things I actually like to focus on will be working more closely hand in hand with startups. Yes, because I think the SOC culture is quite startup-y, and then I think this is one possible route we can actually work on. So I think some of the startups we can work with include like not only tech startups just because of SOC, but maybe other startups as well, such as food startups. So these are some of the examples of local food startups that we might be possibly able to work with for events like require food, for example. So the second thing that I'd like to work on would be actually to improve freebies for everybody. Like, for example, I was actually looking through the Facebook page, and then it stated that like most of the students, majority of them, they actually enjoy freebies, and most important is food, like snacks. So yes, that is one thing I'd like to improve on. And how I actually intend to do it would be I think one of the things is that, for example, the exam welfare pack. Like, okay, so the top one is the most current one, and usually the snacks, right, is quite, in my opinion, right, because it's exam welfare pack, then I believe that you don't want to fall sick during the exam itself, but if you eat too much things like, like chocolates or this kind of biscuits, right, it's quite heaty, so it might be counterintuitive. So one of the things that I intend to actually implement is to have healthier snacks in this kind of welfare packs for the students, because I'm concerned about their well-being, especially during the exam period. Yeah, and the box in that picture is actually from a local startup called Make Real. So they actually help to curate healthy snacks from the various local food producers here in Singapore, because I believe support local and support startups. Yes. And another thing is more cool merchandisers. So for example, our SOC Cat or Socket. So yes, I mean, like, we currently do have merchandisers, like our shirts and whatnot. But I think one of the ways is to actually raise funds would be actually to have more merchandisers, such as like stickers, like your GitHub AutoCAD sticker. I think that would be really cool to paste on your laptop. And another thing would actually to have online store, like e-commerce store, in order to increase the accessibility for to actually retrieve to get the merchandise. So these are some of my skills and experiences. Yeah, like previously in my polytechnic, I was actually doing like branding and design, and I was also formerly a marketing student, so I'm somewhat familiar with these marketing roles. So to sum up, what I actually intend to do if I get the position of director of marketing would be to build new external relations and to maintain the existing ones, improve the freebies for everyone, and of course like cool SOC merchandisers for all. Yes. So let's make SOC great again. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, each will now proceed with the Q&A session.
Appreciate you trying to make the welfare pack a bit more healthy, but have you considered the cost involved?
Okay, so I'll repeat the question. Mentioned that he appreciates me trying to make the welfare pack a bit more healthy, but have I considered the cost? So, I think it's a common misconception that healthy has to mean like really expensive, because I think certain things like like nuts, like nuts, so that it's not really like super expensive, but yeah, instead of having things like chocolate, I think having nuts would be a suitable substitute, or even this is one of the possible things I've thought of.
Yes. Have you looked into the current cost of the welfare pack and also what is the cost of it? And if you haven't, I suggest you look at it and do a. Because healthy food might not be expensive, but food that we have in the welfare pack is really, really cheap.
Yes, I'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Actually, the welfare director, actually healthy snacks are a bit more expensive than. So what we did and right is when we actually went to the healthy route. It turns out that we got a lot less snacks there. So actually we had some personal feedback saying that hey, how come you know? So in general, right, SOC students expect more snacks rather than. That's my conclusion. So actually I have a question. So just now for my comment, I have a question. So you guys have a lot of sponsors, right? Do you have any way of filtering sponsors that not give you guys enough value? So that some sponsors that did not do much, and how do you tend to filter them out? Or do you have any way to some sort to find a compromise?
Okay, so I actually repeat the question that you asked, which is whether I have any way of filtering out the sponsors or
Sponsors which
okay, to filter out sponsors which do not provide for enough value. I think it's a very good question, and I think currently the marketing director also has the system in place for that. So I actually intend to carry on using the existing system. Yes, it works well.
Maybe Singapore CS, you target more of startups, right? Because from some of us think startups have enough. Have any to like this?
Okay, so his question, repeat it. So his question is, oh, do I have any startups in mind? Because startups are usually quite small and they do not have much to actually offer in terms of money. So I believe that I think what they cannot offer in money, they can offer in terms of like products and services for us, because they're trying to increase their brand awareness. So because for larger companies, right, I think they're trying, from a marketing point of view, they're trying to reach out to a larger audience, and they would like to actually do that because they're a bigger company. But for startups, right, because they're small, right, then I don't really think they mind as much if their reach is only like a certain size, because for SOC, right, I mean our faculty is only that size, about like 1,600 students, so that is really the maximum amount of reach that we can get if everyone turns out for all our events. So yeah, that is what I believe, and that's why I chose to emphasize more with working with startups. And as with regards to which startups that I have in mind to partner up with, I think because like most of the events that we run, right, it depends on what events we are running for the year ahead and what we will need from the other people as well. So I mean, I highlighted over here like food startups. Like one of them I raised up was Meatreal. Yes.
Question is from CS04. If we have a sponsor who is going to sponsor a lot of money, but the things they ask for in return are not exactly favorable, how will you handle it?
What do you mean by not exactly favorable?
So elaborate. Maybe they give $100, but they ask us to do a million things, or something that is really very hard for you to.
Okay, so if they are giving me a large sum of money, but they are asking me to do a lot of things in return for them, then of course I have to do like a cost benefit analysis on that. And I mean, of course, if the cost actually outweighing the benefits, then it doesn't make sense for me accepting the offer. Yes, hope that answers your question.
Actually, 3CS. Listed on your manifesto, your So, how do you plan to your commitments? And if it comes to shove, which side are you priority?
Thank you for your question, Dinesh. So he actually asked like, because I'm actually staying in RC, which is CAT, he kind of asked like, how am I going to balance and manage my time in between my RC, my commitments in my RC as well as here. Is that right? Yes. So for my RC side, I intend to actually help out in a smaller role, which is like being in a subcommittee. Yes, and I already made it very clear to the people at my residential college that my emphasis would be on my faculty. But I'll help like here and there. So the priority will still be main com. Yeah. Hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Any more questions from the ground?
Disclaimer.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot to do something. Stop first. Go back to.
Like slow motion, yeah.
Oh, that one I think okay. It's not as light as just now.
I don't know, yeah.
He said can see already. She said can see already. It's actually just me.
Now proceed with the
Okay, any questions?
parents. Question is.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Can you please repeat the question?
Okay, so my question was, you have a lot of interesting ideas, right? I would like to opinion that you need a strong subcommittee to support your because of manpower needs and needs. So how do you have a way to make sure your top is strong enough ideas to come?
Okay, the question by Terence was that have a few, do I have a way to bond a subcommittee underneath me to help me out with whatever ideas I have? A solid way, not really. Can suggest things that normally what people do, but that's about it. Yeah, it's a question that I've been thinking of for quite a while as well. How exactly to do it? Yeah, but there's no strong answer for me. So. Okay, Benjamin Yuan's question was that these are quite a few ideas, I think, around quite a few ideas. So with the current workload of the current marketing director, which is quite a lot as well, will I be able to carry out these ideas as well as to handle the ones that I already have? Yes, actually, I think that this is quite a huge workload. I'll be thinking that I will need great support from my subcommittee and my deputy, if possible, to help me spread the workload out. After coming to the session today, I realized that even though I've been questioning the marketing director for quite some time now and previous directors, it's not really possible to simulate how heavy their workload is, even hours of questioning. So, taking that into consideration, right, if I would like to carry out these activities seriously, I will probably have to tone down on some of the things that they have done before. If not, if I can find great support from elsewhere to help me out. Yep, that's my answer.
Propose to close this Q&A session.
There's a question in Notion. Oh, there's a question.
Since our say on the so just to clarify, your priority now is or will you prioritize?
Okay, so because I would be working on my plans, because this is in a sense it's a long-term structure thing. It's once it's been in place, it doesn't need much managing, as in your not a thing that's not run by people. It's a way to actually reduce workload. The logistics system actually. I would actually allocate much more time to this plans, and after that, yes, this plan. Right. Thank you.
Any objection to close the Q&A session? Since there's no one, we'll close the Q&A session. For the position of publicity director, we have a total of 1 nominee. May I now invite Ms. Rebecca Tan to come to the stage to present her speech.
So hi everybody, my name is Rebecca and I'm running for the position of Publicity Director. So firstly, thank you all of you for still being here at 11. And yeah, so I'm a year 1 student from IS, Information Systems, and I'm 22 years old. So some of you may be wondering, why am I 22 when I'm only year 1? So let me answer your question. So these are my experience. So I joined NUS only this year, but I've already experienced back in FLAG, FSC, FOW, and I'm currently in the planning committee for Computing Day. Then previously, the past 2 years, I've been working under a scholarship scheme as a marketing executive, whereby I was mainly involved in analytics and collateral creation, designing, marketing, etc. Previously, I was from Temasek Polytechnic. I started up a healthcare business with my friends actually, and I was involved in marketing and design too. So my marketing and design experience goes a few years back. Okay, so next, why do I want to join MC? Why? So firstly, I feel a sense of belonging in SOC, despite only being here for a few months. Next, I know that MC plays an important role in shaping all computing students' life. And I have a strong faith that I can make a positive contribution to ComClub. And now, why publicity? Because I believe in the function of publicity to actually generate awareness and maximize outreach for events. And I want to be the work on that. And I believe that my 2 years of collateral creation experience in the industry makes me a qualified applicant. So how do I convince you? So I'm design proficient. So these are some of the works I've done. And then I'd like to highlight these 2 highlighted in blue, which I created exclusively for Computing Day, which is upcoming next month. So I'm also social media proficient. I was in charge of content creation for my company. And I helped the company increase their Facebook referral by 600%. So I was also in charge of event planning for a lot of events, be it internal events, external events, overseas events, local events. So I had recent experience working at different events. I know what people want in an event, and I will work to publicizing that message instead. So I've always been an active student leader. So I've always been like an orientation group leader, always been like a program, I've always been like committee. So I've always been active, and I want to continue to be active. So these are the general direction I would like for the publicity cell. Firstly, I would like it to be centralized. Okay, I know there's debate about the centralized, but I need to say that definitely there won't be 3 people. I already confirmed 7 people is interested, and I know I can find more. And then next, I want to have concrete. The reason why I want it to be centralized is because of the fact that I don't want any event to be deprioritized. I want every event
which is important to receive the same kind of support from publicity. I want. So next, I want to have a concrete timeline for event. I don't want to have any sufficient publicity for any upcoming event. I don't want last minute substandard work, or I don't want last minute publicity because of the shortage. Next, I would like to be able to explore beyond traditional channels like what Zikai said before. I would like to enhance our effectiveness of current channel. I don't want to just dispose them. I want to enhance the effectiveness while experimenting with new channels. Next, and one of my priorities is also to nurture my members through making them be trained in what they do. I would like to coordinate with external organization or NUSU to actually give training to them, make them better in what they do. I would like to make use and leverage on my own member skill set to actually empower the rest of the member who are not strong in that aspect. So that's my aspiration for publicity. And ultimately, this is what I want to achieve. First, I want to increase satisfaction among the sales and event committees in terms of publicity. I want to increase event outreach. I want to identify a new promotional channel and enhance existing channel. And lastly, I want to increase members' cohesion. I want to enhance their sense of belonging in SOC, in publicity cell. I don't want them to be just individual working towards their own aims. I want them to feel the team spirit. So I'm Rebecca. Make me a publicity director. Thank you.
What do you know about the current channels for publicity and what are your take on it and what do you think that can be?
Okay, thank you for the question. So currently I know that the most active what do I know about the current publicity channels and what are my thoughts about them? That's the question. So thank you for the question. I know that the most usually we publicize through Facebook, and then after that we also do posters. So these are the two main things that we do, but other than that we also have Instagram and YouTube that is not very active. So I don't deny I agree in these channels. I believe that they are effective, and I believe their effectiveness is not put to its maximum yet. And I believe that I will be able to work on them. And other than that, I want to explore other mediums. Like I said, I want to find something new. I like what Zikai said about finding something new, something different. Ultimately what I want to happen is that I want to make it impossible for people to ignore us. I want to make it impossible for and how I do that? Okay, firstly, it's okay if they cannot see social media. Okay, we give them physical posters. It's okay if they cannot see physical posters. We pass them to their hands. It's okay if they cannot see the leaflets on their hand. They think that they don't have friends to accompany them. We need them to feel that they are welcome. So I feel that publicity has been there isn't any prominent people in publicity that's actively reaching out to people and trying to maximize. I feel that we lack a PR role in like Com Club, as in with internal students, and I want to be able to have my publicity team be able to comfortably talk to students and just invite them for event, make them feel that I'm really literally inviting you because you're my friend. So that's what I want to achieve. I want them to feel like I will try my best to actually gain awareness, and I believe that through the current channels and with my new plans, it will be the event outreach will be maximized.
CS here. I understand that photographers are part of publicity. At Conclub, it face like shortage of photographers. Do you have any plans?
Okay, talking about it, I'm very happy. Okay, this question is that Conclub has always faced the problem of shortage in photographer. So how am I going to solve this problem, and what's my plan to solving this problem? So I'm happy to say that I have deputy director that is very good at photography. He sent me his CV and his portfolio, and it's really good. And that's from an industry point of view. So I can tell you that it's really not bad. And I have 2 other members who is good in photography too. So with at least 3 members who is really good, I believe that we can further impart this skill. And like I said, I want to engage them with external trainings too. So not only am I going to do it through internal trainings, I will do it through external trainings too. So I hope that will be good enough to actually make up for the lack of photographer based on traditions.
Year 5 CS on behalf of Jason, Year 1 CS. What are your proposals or plans to procure more video or photography equipment so as to address the lack of photo coverage or publicity for the MC's events after the handover of the previous predecessors?
I only caught the first part. Can you repeat?
How do you plan to procure more video and photography equipment?
Okay, that's the gist of it. Okay. So pertaining this question, my deputy director did mention about this to me. So we have heard that. The question is that there's a lack of equipment, photography equipment. How am I going to deal with that? Yeah. So my deputy director did mention about it, and we were thinking of either if we can justify our need for more equipment, we will write down a proposal for that. If we can't, we would like to get support from, example, the student union or like any, for example, I have no idea about the photography logistic process, but I will get there one day once I get the because I really don't know how the system works. Yeah, but I believe that if we can justify with that we need it, I will try to get it. But if we cannot justify, I will try to rent it from people that can support us. Yeah, that's the main idea.
CS here for. May I ask how do you intend to enforce the timeline you mentioned?
Okay, I think a lot of things is a matter of ground rules. So I feel that, like, example, I give the recent example, for example. So example, Bash. So Bash was a certain, it's supposed to be on, I don't know what's the exact date, but it was supposed to be last 12th of August or something like that, right? Example. Then after that, like, I will make it a compulsory thing for all a certain amount of material to be given to me by a certain time, and if they don't, I will chase them for it, and I will just make it a very I need ground rule to enforce and to make sure that my bicycling plan is in place. So I will let them know at any event I will need how many months, like 1 month in advance for this materials, in advance for this material, and I will. Yeah, because I need to arrange my manpower. You want your event to be successful, so why would you not give me your support? So that's what I think. Any more questions?
Year 5 CS, on behalf of Swing Year 2 CS. What are the student groups that you hope?
Student groups that the question is, what are the student groups that I would like to reach out to? So this is a very general question. Okay, I would like to reach out. My priority will be the incoming students. I think that's my priority because they are still open to any new experiences, new opportunities, and I feel that the hit rate is higher. But I won't just focus on them. I will also focus on the existing students in NUS, and in particular, I would like to focus on the friends of the, how to say, like example, like, you know, Comm Club got so many popular seniors, right? So if they have like good friends, a lot of like their social circle, I would like to, you know, connect. It's more of like really making it a social event and they get to meet their friends and hang out together instead of it's just yet another event. That's how so my priority is freshmen who is open to new experiences and initiatives. My next priority is current students that haven't been able to reach out, but my strategy will be to target them through the current students that are active. Yeah, try to pull them. Then after that, there will be the harder group, which is the inactive student with no active friends, and that's the harder group that I will be trying to reach through the unconventional plus traditional method.
More questions from the crowd?
Okay. I believe in my there is question was for FOP this year there was a centralized there was a part team just for FOP, and she wanted my opinion on whether publicity should be centralized or not. Yeah, so here's my opinion. I think I mentioned it in the general direction earlier. So I want it to be centralized. I want it to be centralized because I don't want any event to be deprioritized or have less support. I know I have heard that I know like of some events that have less support than another event, and I don't want that to happen because any major event should be treated equally, and I want to be able to give the amount of support that they deserve. So to actually be able to centralize, I need manpower. So that's why I'm actively trying to search for quality and the quantity of manpower. So now I have 7 confirmed subcommittee, but I will still strive to find more. So that's my plan. I want it to be centralized, and I hope that it will be easier for us.
Questions?
Okay, from William CSL 3. Publicity is centralized. You need a subcom that will do work together with you. Are you able to form a team that will help you go through all the challenges you?
So the question is that if publicity is centralized, I will need to find a part team that is willing to go through all the challenges and obstacles we face. Yeah, I think that's the point of finding a team, to actually go through challenges together, to go through problems together, and make them feel that we are all in this together instead of solving it individually. That's how I try to inculcate a spirit, a family spirit, or like a learning spirit within my publicity self. I want people to learn from one another. I want people to know that we are all in this together. That's how I think we will actually be able to be bonded as a cell. So I feel that it is definitely possible. Yeah, thank you.
Any more questions from the crowd? If you have questions, you have to.
Any more questions? GGS propose to extend the Q&A session. 3 4 seconds.
Okay, because the room is booked until 11:30, so this will be the last question.
Okay. Yeah. So Devin's question is that FOP's commitment is very high, and they require a photographer to with them for all 4 days. And am I confident that my publicity cell will be able to take it from the start and including FOP, which is already an intensive project by itself? So that's why I say that it really boils down to the quantity and of manpower I have. So imagine I managed to get 20. So let's say 10 cannot make it. Let's say 10 cannot make it. I have 10 other ones. And if 10 is not sufficient for your FOP, we can just recruit the additional few. But at least they have experience. The 10 others who will be in that project have the experience to guide the other 5. So what I mean is that our core publicity team will be there to support no matter what. But if there's additional manpower required, we are open to recruiting more people just for that project itself.
That's the end of the Q&A session.
Okay, thank you.